Good morning, guys. What market do? Well, it dropped and then it went back up. Almost broke the trend to the downside. I'm seeing tons of news reports about stocks rallying on data that supports a Fed rate cut. Did they get different data? um, no. But Fed fund futures are pricing on like a pretty high chance of two cuts. Core inflation's still rising at 0.3%. Can we draw a link under the Kirk thing? I'm here to try and not lose money. I didn't even know who the fucking guy was until yesterday. People act like I'm going to give a shit about him. People die every day. Grow up. It's just a fucking joke. Let's just dump and get it over with. This looks like it could head to 40. I'm incredibly insulted by your stream card. It wasn't shot in the stomach. It's a movie poster from the movie Death Becomes Her. Okay. It was an excellent movie. 64.95 still in the cards. Um, this could fail, but probably still have support at 40.45. If we dip below that, we might pull back towards like yesterday's like mid around like 30 or so. Say film, it's more pretentious. Do you think people clutching their pearls would be doing so if it were a liberal talking head instead? I don't. I'm not even sure we have any. But, I mean, yeah, I guess. Probably not. They wouldn't give a shit at all. You know how I know? Because, like, a bunch of Democrat, like, Congress people and Senate, or was it a congressperson and a senator, got murdered in, like, fucking Michigan and no one gave a flying fuck. At their own homes. Minnesota? Oh, whatever. One of the M states. See, I don't even fucking know. Words matter. Cynicism prevails. Yeah, I mean, if you don't want somebody to make fun of your death, don't maybe I don't know. Don't be a fucking cunt your entire life. I think empathy is a made-up new age term that does a lot of damage. Charlie Kirk. See, there you go. The man had a lot of words for this. I'll say that much. Let the healing and begin. The healing begin. Yeah, no, I feel legitimately. I feel bad for his family. People probably shouldn't be celebrating the fact that he died, but I get to be cynical and fun. And he said it himself. Just because you're offended doesn't mean you're right. He didn't die. He got shot in the neck. So that's murder. Yeah, I know. So based on the data, we're looking at choppy outcome or similar to yesterday. We have more support. Less reason to sell off on the upside. We could get pinned here. Get murdered. Not cool. This is a big deal. Anyone getting murdered, premeditated assassination, is actually evil. Eh. It was probably some sanctioned act from our own government. When Civil War, nuke. No matter how hard you try, those cans of Progresso soup in your garage are just gonna expire worthless. Anything to not release the files. Politics aside, a civil war and unrest type shit happens when wealth inequality gap gets too big. How do we know? First of all, our fucking FBI that's run by a YouTube influencer can't fucking catch the guy who killed the YouTube influencer, despite having arrested like 5 people mistakenly already. But who the fuck knows who killed him or why they killed him? Doesn't mean it's political. Maybe he was banging the wrong college co-ed on his circuit tour, whatever the fuck he does. And their daddy got mad. Except her daddy was a Vietnam sniper. You bet your ass it's going to turn out political. Yeah, of course. Whoever killed him probably confessed ahead of time on social media somewhere. Maybe. Maybe if we didn't fire everybody from the FBI, we could have solved it already. Idiot trade for the day. Don't know yet. NQ or ES is pushing back towards its all-time high. Does NQ actually look weak? I'm not entirely sure I agree with that. Maybe if it fails here. I will say Gamma's pretty stacked to the upside. It'll be hard. It'll be hard to push up here, but yeah. It's evil that someone got murdered. I feel far worse for his family than I do for him. Not only did they have to grow up with a father who was a fucking asshole, but then on top of it, he got murdered in front of everybody. So this kid's going to be pretty fucked up for life. It's sad, legitimately. But I don't wish any ill on his family or him. I mean, just but it already happened. Turn on Discord button. All right. Again, 3 kids were shot in Colorado yesterday. Yeah, which I really feel like that should be the headline. At least they didn't have to watch their father be murdered up close, unlike the Minnesota lawmakers' children. Yeah, yeah, we have a bit of a problem, don't we? When YouTube influencers' deaths are more important than the deaths of the children, maybe we've lost our way. It's working. I see that. Was that an Anakin pod racing reference? I believe it was. Actually, I have the exact quote, Willie. He said, I think it's worth it. I think it's worth it to have the cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our other God given rights. Yeah, he died in a situation that he strongly believed in. I, for one, simply cannot ignore the irony. Hence the stream card. You see Poland shot down Russian drones in their airspace? Yeah. Remember the last time Putin tested someone's borders a little bit? Gherk, your facts are hurting my feelings. I understand. It's okay. You'll heal. He really did say that. I think about Poland Missile Day a lot. Me too. Remember when the market wasn't just eagerly awaiting quantitative easing at the top of the market? That's my favorite part about the current situation is that the entire market thinks more money is going to be pumped into the market, but they don't realize that all the money's already in the market. One second. Ooh, we could try to use the new indicator. The CPAC chair broke down and cried and had a tantrum on NPR this morning because they challenged him, asserting the left does the violence. It was embarrassing. But liberals hate guns and don't own them. It's not an EMA indicator. No, no idea. No idea who actually committed the crime yet. At least as far as I know, of all the people that they've arrested for the crime, which is probably all five liberals in the state of Utah. It doesn't appear that any of them were actually guilty of the shooting. Oh, wait, hold on. 34 minutes ago, we have a suspect in Charlie Kirk shooting appears to be college age. Officials say they recovered a high power rifle used in the shooting, obtained good video, quote, of the attacker, and have tracked the suspect's movements before and after the incident. The shooter remains at large and appears to be college age. How can it be a political assassination when he was not a elected official? It's good that our government is actively stoking the flames. I'm gonna sell some bear call spreads. Probably a little early. Looks like we got bot calls from here out to like 75. Above 75 is a little difficult. Kirk was a conservative political commentator who was a Republican. That's why he's a political target. He's a YouTuber, though. He's not a fucking. He's not an elected official. You're a YouTuber and also a stock god. Yeah, and if I get shot in the head or neck area at an event, well, first of all, it's my fault for holding a public event. Second of all, I totally expect there to be a stream card the next day making fun of my death. I know you would, Bob, but it'll be okay. Thank you, Lit Spaceman. We'll all blame Rims and Tim's. Wait, because he's black? Or because he's repeatedly said he's trying to kill me? Because the first one, not cool. It's gonna be J Fresh. Yeah, I know. If just so you guys know, if I die, it was J Fresh. Through today, call credit slightly above Gamma Max on the monthly. A trap right now. The credit premiums are really high, selling 6,700s. Um, I would say we're probably close enough to Gamma Max that it's not unreasonable. It'll be JFresh with the stream card. Yeah, in the parlor. Expecting a rejection? Eh, maybe at 75. Oh wait, we have the new thing that'll just tell us when it's gonna happen. There we go. We're blown out hard. It's not an EMA. There's no moving averages used here. Wow, they're different. I'm not going to tell you what it is. Technically, the maximum range to the upside would be like 90, 95. Although, getting up above 85 is going to be difficult. When pullback? I don't know, like around here. Over the red line. Oh, look. You see that? Crazy. Poots and toots, bitches. See now, the indicator is market manipulation. Make it go down more. It is. No, I don't take Ozempic. I take terzepatide, which I forgot to take. Whoops. There's the TQQQ indicator over on TQQQ. I'll take that as a compliment, meat stick crank. Can you give us some context on that indicator? If you want to tell us what it is. Also, please tell what it is. It's the puts and calls indicator, and it's slightly more successful than 50%, which is exactly what it's supposed to be. Actually, if I could figure out how to get TradingView to properly backtest a strategy, then it would probably be much higher success rate. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I know, Stash. Everyone else's feelings are really hurt too. That was the point. No, it's not the MM's expected move. Should have put more effort into it. I didn't make it. We've been here 3 or 4 years. Did anyone expect anything else? No, this should have been expected. Above green line bullish, in between green and red bearish. No. But if it turns purple, more bearish. Is the FBI just chasing down college-aged Utahns right now? Yeah. Oh, there it goes. God, I'm good at this shit. Utahns? Like the bread things you put on your salad? No, those are croutons. Utahns are the same, except they wear pajamas in bed. Have you guys ever heard someone pronounce Utah Utah? That was the first time I realized the world was a scary place. You, people from Utah. No, not Utah. That's Ueda. How does one trade that indicator? I don't know. I just made it. No, I specifically said I did make it. The fuck are you talking about? It's not MACD. Oh, bounce. Look, right on the zero line. Perfection. Yeah, I didn't make the stream card. I made the indicator. Yeah. Get your shit together, Dr. Drake. And yet, it's not RSI. Looks like relish and some kind of heritage ketchup. Yeah. I think it's kind of fun. Let's see what happens if it drops below zero. Is today supposed to be bullish? Eh. I mean, we're up. I feel like I was, yeah, I feel like I was pretty clear on Pickles picks last night that the print we got would be in fact bullish. Yeah, we had CPI this morning. Was the data real? I mean, we don't know, right? How can the Fed cut when it's going in the wrong direction? Because that's what the market said they're going to do. We've been playing this game for like 3 years. The market's like, oh, the Fed's gonna cut, and then the Fed doesn't cut, and they're like, no, they're gonna cut, and then they don't cut, and they're like, "Well, it's okay, they're gonna cut this time, and then they also don't cut, and then eventually they finally cut like a little bit, and then yields went up, and the market was like, hey, stop cutting, and then they stopped. Do you think it's crazy that the SPX should drop crazy hard all the way down to 65.65? Is that crazy hard? Hmm. No, it's not Ichimoku Cloud. God damn it. It's a whole new thing. I'm getting hammered with 50% off sales for the winter. A consumer ain't buying 5K ski gear. Wonder if they're taking 15K ski trips. Probably not. You guys wanted a puts and calls indicator. I built a puts and calls indicator. Now you're complaining about it. Who's complaining? This is great. I want a top of the market full port put indicator. Ew. Did we get up to 85 today? We could. Yeah, or 90. What's the red line? Puts. Although, technically above the red line is a little better. It's about, what's that, 90 days? It's pretty good. 41% cumulative P&L versus 8.17% buy and hold the index. It doesn't matter. You're not using it. Well, generally. We could push up as high as 85. However, I think this is the like right at the top of the implied move. Very close to it. This is actually 65.85 now. But you can also trade the middle of the range, like at the 0 point. You can go like long the reversal or short the breakdown. Seems to work pretty well. It's more of like a standard deviation trade signal, but better. Well, yeah. That was Gamma, stacked to the tits between 80 and 90. Isn't CPI hot? Um, no. It was as expected. The headline was a little hot, but I think really the only thing anyone cared about was core. On there, and then exited there. See, that's the problem with this fucking thing. That's a good trade. The Gamma Strike build yesterday, 699.99 for life crew. That's right. Fuck yeah, man. I need to check something though. Can they push through 80, 85? Yeah. I said the top, like we top out around like 85 or 90, probably. We don't even have a good put signal yet. You need like above. Above is a good put signal. This is how we're going to discuss the market now. It's just going to be puts only in terms of puts or calls. Finally, what's purple? Oh, purple's when the thing changes. It can either be green or purple. Green is bullish. Purple is bearish, or like higher chance of bearish continuation. And then these are, this is sigma. Play the song. Also, I found out something really cool, which is that my Monte Carlo thing actually works on the 1 minute, which I didn't know before. But this thing, I think this thing works on like the 1 and the 5. Yeah. A little bit more reliable on the 5, but you get fewer signals. So higher accuracy. You made me an indicator. Yeah, I did. I was bored. So I was like, how do I slightly beat the market? And then I figured it out. Although I do think the signal is significantly better, like significantly better than the back testing would indicate. But that's also because I can't figure out how to like program the correct parameters into the back testing that I want. Otherwise, it would literally just print puts and calls onto the chart, which would be dope. I mean, it kind of does, but it's like not hitting all the signals. GSELI5 indicator. No, it's called Poots and Toots. It has a name. But you can look further back. It's pretty fucking spot on. Like if you bought calls here, pretty good, you know? Puts here, not bad. Calls, puts, calls. Ooh, very good calls. Out to like there. And then puts there, not so great. Although that didn't trigger, so I guess I guess you would just buy calls. Huh. Yeah, I gotta figure out how to make it do that. It's very hard to test it when it's being weird. What's the dark green band? This one? Calls. No, it's technically not saying buy puts right now. It's just a bit short of that. Maybe on the 1 minute. No. No. Mm, yeah, we are getting quite a lot of call selling up here. 80, 85. Decent amount. But still bot calls 75, 70. Kind of propping up spot. Oh, interesting. See, that's a little bit more bearish. So you could theoretically like short that with a stop, but higher risk. So these would be like you have a 0 point. This would be like low risk entries statistically. But there is the 0 point, which is kind of a high risk entry, but could also be like high reward. So you would want to like on a breakdown like short with a stop. Short stop or long stop on a breakup. I feel like the ranking tag just means I'm talking too much. Possibly, but I don't think you are. You haven't even told me how handsome I am today. I built it with my brain. 1027. As long as we can see your immensely ruggedly handsome face. Ah, you got me, you son of a bitch. My AMD. How are the Gherks, by the way? Things going good? They're older now, I assume. Have they become more accustomed to their names? So this would be enter puts tight stop. Bounce could be profit taking, higher risk. It's not back at zero though. It's at like negative 29. So it's still bearish. You wouldn't even have gotten stopped out yet. The only thing is I can't figure out how to program in the trade conditions yet. I'm still trying to figure that out because there's a lot of them. Gets into some weird fucking specifics. Well, the back half of the week is just starting today. We can still develop signs of weakness. If we lose 70, it's kind of bearish. Why isn't the red bar moving down? What do you mean? It doesn't move down. Why would it move down? It's a mystery. Yes, they are. Sold a 90C at spot 79. Am I safe? Maybe. Hard to get to, really hard to get up to 90. What are the percentages on the right of your chart? Which ones? Where? This? It's a Monte Carlo. That's not the expected market maker move. Like the sandwich? No. JK, I know about Monte Carlos. Okay. He's the guy that makes my sandwich? Motherfucker. Um, no, a Monte Carlo is a simulation model of like different outcomes um, in a process that can't be predicted because of random variables. So it's used in like investing and business physics, and it forecasts a range of possible outcomes. And you can determine the probability of, well, you can try to determine the probability of those outcomes. Monte Carlo back in '88, super sport, fun college car. Actually, the person who invented it was Stanislaw Ulam, who worked on the Manhattan Project. Or a side dish? A barbecue? Being around zero kind of indicates chop. Stream card goes hard. Yeah, I know. Some people said it was too soon, and I said, no, it's not. They said they're selling calls at 80, 85. Are those holding up? Gaining, losing interest? They're holding up. I would say that the 80 is a little bit more eroded, but the 85 is still picking up some positioning. Your chart's helping me realize that I've been picking bad entry points. Mm-hmm. It's very good at that. I actually don't know what it's better at. Defining good entries and exits or predicting price action. I could poke fun at liberals too. I could make like a Gavin Newsom dressed up in Antifa commando gear stream card. A t-shirt and sandals. Yes. Ooh, lower high. Interesting. Still a little bit of support at 70 though. Hmm. Interesting. Get rid of the downside eroding fast? No, not really. Look at that, right off the zero line. Nice. Is the zero range just chop? Yes, it can be. Um, frequently. It's hard to get momentum from there. AQN, 9 days out. It's a massive condor. We can take a look. Hmm. It's a little bearish. No. Probably not a condor. Probably just sold puts, bought calls. Or sold puts, sold calls. It's like a strangle. But not like a one of specified size or anything. Isn't it impossible to find going through pickles picks? Alright. Ooh, breakout. That's fun. Yeah, if you guys want to start a thread, that's a-okay. Slammed right into VN there. Why would we need that? People ask about long-term holds. Long-term holds daily. Mm, true. Hey, look at that shit. Short signal. Printing. I knew I should have been more patient. Literally, there's the thing. Look, I mean, it's perfect. No, actually, wait, you guys don't have the indicator. That's right. Never mind. All right, give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Which screen do you guys want? Do you guys want Poots and Toots or do you want Gamma Strike? I'll lose money either way. No, it's not when it turns purple by calls. All right, I'll be right back. All right. No, I still do the stream NB. What's up, dude? I had to go get some tea. You notice how, despite us being at a higher price level, the green line not higher? Oh wait, maybe because it's not a fucking moving average. Dicks. Call him at work. That's already way more than I know about moving averages. Perfect. That's everything I think I would expect you to know about moving averages. So, Tell me we're gonna close below 70. We could slip below 80 right now, or 85. I don't know how much downside that gives us. Probably not a lot. Uh, there's a shitload of bot calls at 80 right now. Like 80, 85, 75, 70. There's some bot puts coming in at 80, but just a few. We might touch the green bar. That'd be cool. I'm over here hoping we close the gap. Mm, that's gonna be tough. Mm. This needs news. Someone go get Trump to say something bearish. Looks like we could drop a little bit more still. Hmm. Yeah, so I bought a call here. Let's see what happens. Still have quite a lot of bot calls at 80, 85, 75. So decent support here. Sold puts at 75, 60, 75, 70. Yeah, a little bit at 65, but not a lot. See? Up, right? Not bad. 12%. We'll just lock that shit in. It should technically stay long, I guess. Maybe that depends. Yeah, I need to figure out the trade conditions for this still, but I think maybe stop when it gets back to 0. I mean, I'm up. Oh, keeps going up. There we go. Perfect. $250. Easy. Free monies. All I did was I just bought a call right there. Success. How did you not make money? I did. All right, well then, whatever. No, 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 no. It's for me to understand. I think off of the green line there's a valid case for staying long, but I'm really not sure about that yet. Like I just built this yesterday. Do you want with in the money call? Yeah, I bought the 75 call. I mean, it was like at the money, but yeah. What I want to do additionally is weight this for like positive and negative gamma environments. That would be dope. But I think it probably continues up based on the indicator. Also, we got like the line turned green. You see that shit? That's more bullish. TradingView is gonna steal your alpha. No, they're not. This is just like proof of concept. It's not really what I want to do with it. So they can steal the concept, but I don't really care. Did something give you that inspiration to make that all of a sudden? Yes. So I was praying to Lady VWAP, and then she revealed things to me, and I was like, oh, damn. And then, no, I'm just kidding. I wanted to make a line that told everyone when they were trading badly. So less of an indicator, more of an opportunity highlighter. You've succeeded. I've definitely been seeing my bad entry points. Nice. Would you actually not recommend coding a legitimate strategy in TradingView? No, because they steal all the code. So like if you like, it's great for like proving out concepts and stuff. Even though like Pine Script is a like fairly dog shit fucking like coding language. It's still really easy to like implement basic stuff in it. So I mean, if I can do it, and I fucking suck at coding, so I'm but I understand the math, which probably helps out a lot. Um, however, if you're good at coding, you could probably just use literally anything else that doesn't steal your alpha. And then, if you do come up with a concept that you think is worth investing more time into, then you can move it to like Python or whatever, R. Yeah, they reserve the right to your ideas, but you can also prevent you can like you can block the transmission of your scripts, which is a little bit harder, but it's not impossible. I have a coding sucking problem too, man. Here if you want to talk. Pretty sure when I read the Gamma Strike TOS, any ideas from folks in the pickle jar have to be given to you for inclusion in Gamma Strike. Is that what our lawyer put? Oh, like the privacy policy? It says you retain ownership of any content you submit, post, or display on or through our site. However, by submitting, posting, or displaying content, you get Gamma Strike a worldwide non-exclusive royalty-free license to use, copy, modify, distribute, and display such content in connection with the operation of the site. But that's just like if you're creating content using our platform. I think that's pretty standard. No, I was trying to be funny. I wanted you to have all the ideas. Awesome. We both know where GS emerged from. Yeah. Yelia. Yelia. Well, Yelia kind of started us off with the digging into neutrals and shit. What we've made is very far removed from what that stuff was. But some of the essence is probably retained. TV thread. What TV thread? Remember Volin? No. That I don't remember. No, he's not giving any credit to Linuxus. Linuxus never developed anything in his life. You're ever going to add an elephant foot style indicator so we can know if that market is going to that the market is going to crash the next day? Some of the old stuff you guys posted in SPX chat was pretty neat. Yeah, yeah. We've had to lock some shit down. We were a bit fast and loose back in the day. You know, as a young girl does, exploring the world and our stock stock themed sexuality. Dork was trying to run his body's list up. Weirdly accurate. Thanks, Jen. Is anyone else hard as a rock? I think I think we found a good balance. And also we gotta build like I mean, because of you guys, we gotta build far cooler shit now. It's at a slower pace, but it's better. And then we gotta sell it to you guys. And also, give it away for free all day. But that's more of a me thing. Everyone else is pretty against that. Well, not JFresh. JFresh wants to give everything away for free, but mostly that's just his home address. JFresh is my spirit animal. We're paying for the pipeline. Yeah, the infrastructure to make it all possible. And we build up enough infrastructure and we can really do some very, very, very cool things. Probably. Uh, You could do both, Jeff. You're privileged. I'm just trying to get better at being a shill. Like what I should do with the put call indicator is put it behind a pigeon whale only paywall. And YouTube taught me that. Pontiff paywall. Whoa, whoa, whoa. You're already a mod. Yeah, don't tell him how mod works, Jen. Green means, yeah, I mean, the trends persisting. Is zero on the put call indicator spot or open? What? No, neither. Zero's deviation. I kind of want to see how it performs end of day two. Yesterday was interesting. It gave like a short signal, which it actually traded for a change. But see, it shorted here and then closed here. But that means it's still shorting the breakdown of the red line, which I'm not sure is how I want to do it, but maybe it is. Finally, an indicator that shows proper grind up days and doesn't throw false signals. Yeah, so I mean, I guess in reality, I should have, like, the long I took here, I should have just stayed in. Would have gotten picked up $10 a delta. That would have been pretty good. What's the contract value on that now? It's like 14. I closed it at 12. So I would have picked up like another $2, which isn't bad. What size coin should I flip to decide? I don't think we're getting over 90, so hmm. Chop. Hmm. Hmm. That's a problem. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, looks like you can push up into 90. 6,600. Still looks like it's a little bit off the table. 95 looks like the peak. 90 or 95, depending. $6,600 is really hard to get to. Hmm. Is that a GS chart to you? Yeah, that doesn't look particularly good. Although Gamma's Delta's kind of expanding, so that might be like put selling. Could be nearing a bottom. I'd have to go look at puts and see if a bunch have gone in the money. The puts calls indicators immediately cleared up where I should be buying puts. It's very good at doing that. Oh, positions. Yeah, that's kind of what it does best. At least for now. And the money puts in this economy. I wouldn't buy anything here. That's what it's saying. It's saying neither puts nor calls are good. Doesn't seem right, but okay. Time to buy a call soon? Not yet. Mhm. Some bot puts at 80, but still a lot of bot calls. 80, 75 bot puts coming in. Getting bot calls coming in. So there's bot puts 80, 85, 90. Bot calls coming in 75, 80, 85, 90, 95. Hmm. Nice. I also picked up a call. I want SAX dump 75 support. Too early to call. Yeah, probably. Like what? End of day? Wilson Chang, welcome to Billionaire, man. Thank you so much, dude. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added at the end of the stream. Yeah, we can do that. So, really starting to grind into the downside here. The indicator slipped a little bit below the put call line. Or the call, like the call line. Hippopotamus, welcome back to Pigeon Well, dude.
$99 straight to Kirk's pocket. He's gotta be a shill cause he's taking all my money. Think he's got a gun to my head. DRS is the devil, he said. Pigeon whales are the highest class of society.
Still long. Got a second entry though. See if this gets back to 0 where I can stop it out, I guess. Hmm. Really does minimize drawdown on the position, though. See if it gets back above the 0 line. I'm long. A little bit long here. Oh, there we go. Okay. Interesting. Green now. Hmm. Yeah. Well, it works by the tick, so it can change in the middle of a single candle, but it should still push green. There it goes. Did you delete one of my questions? No? What was it? I have zero clue why my pigeonhole thing disappeared, but it's back. Thanks. Can you check my DM question when you have a moment? Yeah, what's up? I bought calls on both of those, but I was also looking at options data. I bought two calls on the low test. Oh, I got new corny. That's what I needed. You waited on the second one? No, I didn't really wait on the second one. I was just like, I didn't buy on the first, like the initial test. Ooh, interesting. What's going on here? I'm getting more bot puts above 85. Still a shitload of bot calls at 85. Sold puts at 80. Some bot puts at 85 on the failure. Hmm. Maybe just a higher low here. Some de-risking out of the money. 65.30, 64.55. 95 still looks like upside resistance. Maybe VN's giving us a little bit of trouble. Hmm. Distribution's getting closer to spot. I guess that really doesn't have anything to do with it, but call premium's picking up a bit. There's still good straddles. I had a straddle last night. Higher call premium? No. Premium spent on calls is rising. Not the price of calls is rising. Small auction done. The 30 year. 4.651. So flat on the 30 year. Ooh, interesting. Bid to cover was 2.38. Sold 22 billion, 44.54% at the high. Dealers took 9.96. Yeah, kind of a uninteresting auction. Price action's a little bit distributive. VN on the weekly acting is kind of a cap, which is annoying. Hmm. That looks very weak. How upset are you for the people that have DRS'd their GME shares who receive warrants and computer share that cannot be sold or transferred to a brokerage? Oh, you're shitting me. Oh, fuck. Yes. Oh, it's fucking amazing. That's too funny. Sorry. Really bad. That's terrible. So they're worthless? Now hold on, hold on. They could exercise them at $32. Don't worry, they'll seethe copium all over that. Way to get actually fucked. Jesus. I'll trade them my MMTLP shares stuck in some other version of computer share for their GME CS warrants. They've got to be able to sell them. God, that's terrible. Whatever happened to AMC? No idea. Are they still in business? Ooh, it's doing it. Look at it go. Little fucking green peen. Oh, hey, my calls I bought are printing. Nice. Have you explained the put call indicator? It's pretty simple. It's got a put line and a call line. But behind the scenes, it's actually horribly complex and eating up all the RAM on my computer. Send me the indicator. I'll run it for you. Thanks, man. I don't have trade parameters built into it yet. Well, not good ones. I don't know what you mean above the green line. Red line. Oh, well, that's a different color. It doesn't necessarily mean take profits, but I mean, yeah, if you're long here, then you probably want to take profits while you're green. Quite a lot of bot calls, 85, 90 still. That was also the VN test. So we'll see if they lever up here, try to push up above VN. I can't wait till it's in the docks. It never will be. We're just gonna sell this as a separate subscription, and it's gonna be $1,000 a month and 5% of your returns. So you'll end up paying me to use it. That's not how that works. You guys have literally seen it trade for one session, and you're like, where do I sign up? What if I buy calls at the red line? You probably lose money. Wow, statistically, you're more likely to lose money, I guess. Yeah, technically both of those lines should have two lines, not one. I'm just really bad at coding. Pine script. Are you gonna call it Pootie Tootie Hunter Pro? No, no. Lower high, continue downward. Maybe, we'll see. Bulls are still pushing a bit here. I just took some profits. Gotta see what happens after the profit taking. Little line staying green though. It's like a lower high but a higher low off the breakout. Pootie Hunter Pro. It's not a coin flip. It's better than a coin flip. Otherwise, it wouldn't. There'd be no point in making it. Wait, hold on. Is that numerology Mike with a different screen name? Did you get a girlfriend, numerology Mike? Hmm. Bulls are killing it right now. I wish they'd kill it a little harder, but whatever. Call it favorable odds. I mean, I've only taken like 6 trades with it, but so far it's been 100%. It just hooked up to your junk. Yes, as a matter of fact. How did you figure that out? Hungry, hungry strikes. Hmm. Have you played the short side using it today? I did. In fact, I shorted here, which wasn't bad. It was like, I guess, about $10. The MMs really aren't pricing up the fucking at the money call very much. That's gotta change. We have Delta, so, I mean, there we fucking go. Yeah, do more of that. Yeah, this short at the low is starting to look really fucking, or the long at the low is starting to look really good. I'll say. It'd look a lot better if the 85 call went in the money. Bulls just need to keep levering up. See you in a week, man. This might be my magnum opus. Ew, rejection. Gross. Oh, $235 trading at 3 times. No L's on any of the trades. And that's not taking a deep dive into data. Just using your chart, period. I was conservative each trade, buying a week of theta. Nice. Yeah, it's got a like a very low Sharp ratio, so it should be fairly relative, like relatively low risk reward. We're running into some issues with VN though. So many fucking sold puts. So there's at 85, there's a synthetic long, and we're having a little bit of a trouble getting over it. 95 is a brick wall of sold calls though. Risk parameters are increasing a little bit. Hmm. Yeah, VN is at 65.85 now. 85.43. So that part's a little tricky. Bulls can't get above both a VNM and VNW. Yeah, it's really hard to get above VNW, but that's because like the concavity of the MM's PNL gets even more significant. I mean, well, the further above VNW you get, the more significant the shift. And given that it is definitely like the Vega on the weekly chain that is more significant right now. Weekly VN is a far bigger deal than monthly. Monthly VN's still a big deal, but it's also just not very close to fucking spot. See if we break up into green now. Maybe we shake off some of the bears. One DTE put worth it here? Could be, yeah. We're also very close to Gamma Max, which is at 65.99. Oop. 65.99.31. Make sure you guys always check the neutrals in the morning after the morning OI update because they change. I try not to, go too much into the neutrals off of just the end of day report. But especially if I highlight the importance of one, make sure to double check them and where they've moved in the AM. I mean, for everything, but exercise is not super like. OI changes are less intense on single equities outside of Fridays. So on individual equities, they're less likely to change substantially. But there's changes in OI in the overnight on SPX. The morning updates around like 6:30 a.m. to 7 a.m. Does this become a long-term trend? We broke out above like the local ES trend from July. So it looks pretty bullish there. I've got another PT up at like 66.07, which would be kind of wild to hit today. So that's probably not a thing, but oh, I gotta fuck with this on ES also. See if it works there. I mean, even if JPOW cuts, isn't it just sell the news at this point? The jumping gamma above 85 is fairly significant. I will warn you guys. So it may, like, if we do go up for a higher test, it may be very short lived. But also like the price improvement could be very rapid. It's kind of a weird range to trade in anyway. Short the 90 test. I mean, I guess they could technically squeeze out to like 95, but um, potentially that might be okay. 90, I don't know if I like 90, maybe like 92 or something. I might be being overly cautious, but I wasn't ignoring you. What? What happened? Did you say something? Oh, Father. Check your DMs. Got a weird little gap down. Why is this fucking price range getting so contentious? Who's this asshole who keeps buying 90 puts? Somebody keeps coming in and like buying 150 90 puts on our upside tests. Is this you guys? I'm gonna take the fucking put call indicator away. It's bullshit. Fun's watching your stream. I won't do it again. You think we buy in the money options? That's funny. That's how you change the price. What are you guys doing then? Wild. Buying out of the money options and praying. I see. Buying out of the money puts and then averaging them down as price goes up. Well, maybe Poots and Toots will stop that. Where's Popcorn? This is the perfect trading system for him. 'Someone found more puts to short. Yeah, they did. The answer was all of them. '85's being a bit of a bitch. Yeah. Well, it's Vega neutral. So it's not exactly hard to get over. It's just very hard to stay over it at all. And the call selling side of that is very obviously incentivized right now. People have been selling a shitload of calls like 85, 90, 95. Leaves them exposed to getting squeezed, but doesn't seem to be stopping them from selling them. Damn. On the 5 minute, this was just like by the low yesterday. That would have been insane. Should have done that. Hmm. Curious. Yeah, I want to trade it on the 1 minute. Yeah, I got out of my straddle earlier too on the VN test, which was not the high. It was like back here. Kind of well close, I guess. Only a couple dollars off. There we fucking go. Do it. Getting some bot calls at 90, 85, sold puts at 85, 80. I'm gonna try to lever it. I gotta turn around the spike and vol here though. I wonder if it's just too many people buying puts back. Looks like they're buying back the 30, 25 puts. Goodness. That failed. decent sized bot puts at 85. Wonder if that's just de-risking. 6560 puts are being bought back. Hmm. Lots of rugs, lots of bulls rugging bulls going on here, which is lame. But I wonder as we shake out the bearish positioning if the slight bullish positioning is going to remain. So we do technically have like a little bit of gamma to gain to the upside. Although, hmm. Do we have any more data today? Yeah. Mm. Mm. Still proving a bit difficult to push up. Hmm. Do you have a brief synopsis of the indicator you're using? Yes. It's puts and calls. Hmm. Let's see if Bulls get another breakout here. Hmm. Hmm. This is a little bit off. There we go. Oop. Green tip. No. Bears are selling fuck tons of calls. Bulls are buying calls and selling fuck tons of puts. It's contested. We're also at like very close to Vega neutral on the weekly, which is significant. Month out vol is more expensive. Oh, they're doing the thing. Movable object means unstoppable force. Green tip. There's a cream you can use for that. Clear it right up. Mm. What if I don't want to clear it up? Bulls just slamming their head into a wall. Oh, there we go. That was fun. Let's do more of that. No, get rejected. It's gotta go above the red line before it puts. Oh yeah, this is the good shit. Print. It's doing it. Pricing up the 85s. Spot up, vol up. No. Back up. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Lots of bot calls at 85. Lots of bot puts at 85. Sold calls at 90, 95, 6605. Bot puts at 90 and 6600. Sold puts to the downside at 80, 75. Few sold puts up at 95, but not many. Should still theoretically be able to test 90 here. What's the distribution thing on the right? Oh, it's like a different thing. It's a Monte Carlo I built. Yeah, no, we're getting a little pullback here. See how steep it goes, though. We did get a new local high, but not a new intraday high. What are the market effects if you get a government shutdown in a month? Would be bearish. Do we have something coming up at like 2 or 3 o'clock today? We already got the deficits. Jesus, Trump's spending money like no, it's going out of style. We get a $345 billion deficit for August. Tariffs, guys, they're going to pay for everything. Fed balance sheets at 4. I was thinking the monthly budget. Trump presser at 4 o'clock. There's the zero test. Failed. Oh, maybe not. Fix almost back to 15 here. Bot puts at 85 are in the money again. Looks like bulls are selling the 75.80. Charm's positive. Just very, very hard to get 90 or 95 because of where intraday Vega tops out. Hmm. To crush vol a little bit, and then we can move out. Alright. Hmm. Almost. So back into the put capitulation again? Fucking Christ. Could consumer sentiment topple this into the end of the week? Possibly. I have never a problem with today. It's fine. Back to positive. Bull slamming into the fucking resistance again. The market cervix is getting horribly bruised. Which dichotomy? There's so many. Why do you wear hats indoors? Because if I take the hat off, then nobody knows what I look like. And I didn't want to wear a mask because it seemed like too edgy. Although I really should have worn a mask. Just in case I ever blow up all my ports and I have to go get a real job again, this is gonna make it real difficult. There's like an astronaut helmet. Nah. Oh man, I'll be alright. I'm good at making money. It's a marketable skill. Yeah, but what if JFresh successfully gives me brain damage? Ew. Warlord. Alright. Don't worry, it'll bounce again after $1.50 of downside. There's been no put signal. Why do you guys have puts? Weird. Don't act like a bunch of us wouldn't just hand you our ports for a fee. Yeah, I don't want to do that. That's like too much work. And then the complaining. Ugh. I just can't deal with the complaining. I freaking. It's the thing I hate most about clients. Oh boy, you could manage a whole $10,000 appealing. Oh, now I could probably turn it into more than that. My problem would be like somebody would irritate me and then I'd just blow up their port. That's why it's not a good idea. Slides Gherkin 20. What can you turn this into? It just slides you back five $1 bills. And then go like that. Origami shirt. Oh, Jesus Christ. I think bullish consolidation here, but I don't know. I don't know where these like two bears keep coming from, but they keep showing up and they're annoying. Fucking up my goon session. There's always a third bear that's just right when it's showtime. Why doesn't anybody want to buy more Nvidia at its current price? I don't get it. It's only $4.32 trillion. Oh, someone is buying Nvidia at its current price. Never mind. What are they selling? Why would they sell Microsoft? Ooh, EPAM's up 3% today. Nice. Where's Tesla getting 1 trillion to pay that fool? Sex robots. The most lucrative business potential known to man. Nice, dude. Stop out of these slightly red calls so I can rip for the rest of y'all. Thanks, man. We appreciate it. We appreciate it. Ew. I wonder when these like four puts are gonna capitulate. Like Musk's personal robot? You'd have to offer him something he wants, like an illegitimate child. I can't believe you guys both said the same thing. Oh, wait. Never mind. You know what I miss? A good old fashioned rounded bottom breakout. Hmm. I hear you. You know what I miss? Momentum. Bulls are tired, Dad. It's ridiculous. They're not. It's just that the early bulls are fucking over the late bulls. What if I'm both? Get wrecked. Hmm. I wonder if this like inverse head and shoulders means anything. You guys see that shit? I guess there's kind of one here. It's doing something. How do you have a red call position? The call buy was back here. Did you buy out of the money? Did you buy like the 90? So you've just been decaying for an hour? The neckline? I guess it would be like the here. Or we just tested. Well, they tried really hard. Still selling the 80.75 put. See a weird Gex curve? Did you DM it? Yeah. Uh, I'm not actually sure gamma drops negative there. So no, probably not two gamma neutrals. But yeah, the chain bifurcated. So in reality, you probably have gamma neutral that's going to form near like 300. And then, your gamma max is, I don't know, that's like 375 or 80, something like that. That's from new strikes opening on the chain. It's like having two chains on one stock. That's basically what happens, yeah. Huh. Those are selling puts again. Very successfully. Huh. There is delta out to the upside. Charm is still positive. Although it still looks like the peak is like 95, between 90 and 95. It's still insanely hard to get above that. It's a lot of gex, and we're not even in power hour. Nope. The problem is it falls off hard under a spot. So they don't have a lot of gamma in the money to leverage off of. Mostly our downside's just being protected by like this pile of delta here. But that's squeezy to the downside. One sec. Ooh, we're gonna get an exciting thing. Bulls caught the knife. So that's like right there. Bulls are levering up the 90-95 call quite a lot. Selling puts at the 85. De-risking is not as significant right now. Only it looks like only the 55, 40, and 25 puts are being bought to close. Yeah, this might be where they push. They're buying a lot of the out of the money call here. They probably need to buy a lot more than 1,500 in the money calls. We do have like a little bull flag. Ooh, some in the money call buying. 80, 75. 90, 95. Not too much at 6,600 though. Still selling the 85 put. Hmm. Starting to add the 85 call. More of the 90. Shitload of the 95. Is vol going up or down on this? Down. Okay. The indicator doesn't actually say puts yet. Now it's kind of almost starting to. What did I miss? Just me playing around with the put call indicator. There's not much to squeeze off. There's short calls that might squeeze off if they get actually pressured, but we'd probably have to push up above 87 to pressure them. They're mostly at 90. I still want to get that test between like 90 and 95. I think it's early enough that we could do it. Doesn't seem that crazy to me. Yeah, I think briefly and they get stuffed. I agree with that. This is also the first time the Bulls have really packed on any significant leverage above 80, so maybe the effect will be a little bit different than our prior tests. Vienna is definitely a bitch for them, though. Gherkin literally made a market predictor on a whim because he was bored. That doubles your port size, potentially. One sec. So we got to wick up. Oh, nice. There we go. Okay, that's playing out. Uh, See if there's any capitulation. No, not much. Still a lot of bot calls at 95. Tiny bit of profit taking on the 90. Yeah, but price wasn't up there long enough for anybody to take any serious profits. Uh, yeah, it's a little bugged. Try looking at it on the other neutral screen. See if it's bugged there too. We gotta fix that dashboard. I think the parameters aren't set correctly for the chart. What's 6%? Why are they buying the 95? Because they're gonna try to squeeze out the short calls at 90. Or at least, well, someone is. Give me thoughts on what is it? SFL? Sheila Foam Ltd? Or SFL Corporation Marine Shipping? I mean, imports are fucking in the toilet right now. I'm not really sure that marine shipping is where I'd want to be investing heavily. At least not US based marine shipping. You have to be really careful with them. Yeah, you got to look into their some of their other shit, not just you got to like look into their inventory of ships and are they leasing them or do they own them? Maintenance costs. Those companies have a tendency to dilute the fuck out of their shareholders and then buy more boats. There we go. Woo, doing crazy shit. Hmm. Careful. I wonder how predictive that is in terms of squeezing. Because that signal was drastically before a price improvement. Oh shit. Damn. Six Sigma breakout? What the fuck? I hope so. That was a big one. Still bot calls, 95, 90. More bot calls coming in at 85. Still selling the 85 put. I don't think they're done yet. Very sensitive to profit taking, but I don't think they're done pushing. That ended up being 5, but still. That's wild. Now bulls are really ramming their heads into the wall. Profit taking on the in the money positions.
Yeah, but if bulls push again, resistance will be weaker. And they'll be less likely to get rugged. Watch out for that head and shoulders, though. That was a sweet put signal. Hmm. I might need to adjust some things. Those upside calls are still getting bought pretty heavily. I mean, I would say they're most likely they're bought to close, but so maybe it's starting to work, squeezing off the short calls. $95 if they squeeze. 92, 93, I think. I don't think 95 is possible. Maybe. It's gonna be really, really hard though. They'd have to lever up quite a bit. I guess we have like an hour, so they theoretically could. If it gets to 65.95, I'll give Gherkin $1.99. Beautiful. It's all I could ever ask for. Just pouring some gas on the fire. Appreciated. Thanks, Jeff. We gotta, hmm. Yeah, that was interesting. So there was about $2 price improvement after the signal. $2 drop following it. Hmm. Yeah, we got the 85 delta in the money here, which should be supportive from a charm perspective. So much positive charm. It didn't really move that much nominally. No. Well, it's because it's not a price based indicator. Hmm. One second. Hmm. Oh, we got supported 83. They sold more puts. Oh, neat. Because they got, what, a new CEO or CFO? Retail's really been pumping the shit out of that stock. I've sold calls on it a couple times. Yeah, but doesn't it have to open new strikes? So the channel bifurcate. There's so much open interest in, or there was so much open interest in 10 though that I wouldn't be surprised if it's near its top. '91 or '96. I think like somewhere in between 90 and 95 would be like probably the high test. I don't know if it lasts very long, but hmm. Hmm. There we go. Fuck yes. New intraday high. A little bit of a shakeout. Hmm. Hmm. Vol up, spot up. Starting to get some calls bought out at 6,600. Although, yeah, I don't think the upside range has increased. It's been power hour for 30 minutes. Well, this price action's eroding the sold calls at 90. If we keep pushing up and vol keeps rising, those calls are squeezing off. One 100% gain on the 85s. Almost. Vol just ticked up at 6,600. Vol's ticking up at 95. Ticking up at 90. Dropping at 85. Ooh, short puts, long puts at 90 just closed. Bot calls at 85 ticked up. Volumes are surprisingly low, given this is such an important breakout. Bulls are getting greedier, though. Selling closer to spot now. They could probably get over 90 and then fail really hard, but we'll see. I mean, leverage can shift like on a dime, but at least test 90. Yeah, I'd be interested in like a 90 test and then fail too. But it seems like if we test 90, we'll probably get some of the short calls pull back, which will spring price up a little bit above 90 before everyone takes profit on all their calls. So I'm thinking there's a tiny bit of wiggle room. I'm gonna head and shoulders here, so watch if it breaks up. If this thing works, we should get some just absurd standard deviation move and then it'll collapse. There you go. Hmm. There we go. That's what I wanted. Nice. Ugh. I'm so good at this shit. Careful. The 90 test can reject. It just depends on leverage and profit taking, so it's random. Well, I risked like $2,000 on this today and made 500, 600 bucks. Not bad. Bulls might keep trying to lever up. Watch like 87 for support. However, I do think maybe near the top here, I'd like to pick up some like at the money put spreads. Don't worry about it. There's the 90 test. Damn. This call's got repriced super hard. The 65.85 hit like $2.50 in the chop. Share it in the Vibe trading channel. Oh, I'm gonna. Put time. I mean, this does technically indicate put time. Yeah. Hold on one second though. I need to adjust something on this fucking thing because I gotta figure out how to. I have a thing I want to do. Hold on. If I can code it quickly. Okay, I'm either gonna bork this completely or this is gonna be awesome. Mm, okay. Upper bottom. Stop it. I see. These are the dynamic. Okay. There we go. I think I got. Yeah, I think I got it fixed. Could it hit 95? It depends what happens here, right? Either the bullish call positions capitulate or the bearish call positions capitulate. So, depending on which, yeah, we could squeeze a little higher, but I don't think a lot because the incentive to sell calls is already kind of wild. Like if you go back to GS and you look at like the put call ratio, see how it's like nose diving? That's because people are selling the fuck out of the calls. Yeah, this is probably at the top. We had the puts fired off hard. The buy puts. I'm not even gonna analyze the market anymore. I'm just gonna use this thing. Too bad it sucks for multi-day trading, but oh, whoop. I didn't mean to post that there, Nick. I was supposed to put that in vibe trading. No, I didn't post the fucking indicator in vibe trading. I just posted a position I took at the top. I sold my calls too early, but I'm up 10% on the day. Overall, good. Nice. Perfect. Yeah, had a pretty good day. Not gonna lie. I'm surprised at the success of my indicator so far. I'm 9 trades deep now. I guess up 106%. Yeah, not a bad test. 100% win rate, too. Almost got fucked on this call. That signal. Because I didn't get out here, but then it recovered. So I feel like this one was kind of luck. Like I should have gotten stopped. But yeah, I've got to figure out how to program in some trade parameters, and I need to tune this. I just tuned it a little bit, so but I want to fix it a little more. There's some stuff I want to do. I think I can make it better. No one man should have all that power. Is there a reason red and green bars are different thickness throughout the day? Yes. It's because they're working as intended. There's still a thing, Turk Loafer. They are not particularly great right now, but they're definitely still a thing. You need to be really cautious about buying them near large support resistance levels currently. But if you're going into close and you're in between or at like a 75-25 strike, something like that, they're still quite good. They are a little overpriced relative to the realized vol, though, so they're not amazing like they were end of 2024, where they were just like literally free. Um, but they're still pretty good. I mean, today's was awesome. I closed mine like way earlier, but um, I probably should have waited out the intraday high. I felt like we'd already tapped it. I didn't really. At that point, it didn't look like there was enough leverage to push us over VN a second time. So, and it took several hours to build that up, like this whole fucking period of time. Straddling here? No, I don't like this. If we close lower, if we close near VN, I might. Mostly, I don't want to straddle here because I don't like the upside. It's actually like I think we're massively overbought. All right, let's look at this thing on the daily and see what it says. Yeah, it's ridiculous. Yeah, I wonder how good that signal is. Ignore the little trade things; those are all wrong. Okay, so it would have been short here. Not bad. That's definitely just chop, 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 chop. Getting close to maybe needing to be shorted, but still don't like this signal. That's that's fucking weird. Although I guess there was. Yeah, this isn't great for. I mean, this was a great signal, obviously. Um, I guess you would have held till mean reversion, so you would have just closed here. Yeah. I don't know. It's okay. I would have to adjust it for daily time frames. Mm, yeah, that's really just not tuned for that. I could make one for dailies, but you have to factor in some other shit. It's quite a bit different. Real talk, just give me GS. That's more than enough. GS is pretty fucking dank. I'm not gonna lie. I think a good thing to consider, given Nitu's question to me just now, which is the Pooty indicator based on momentum? Because you mention it a lot. It's not actually a momentum-based indicator either. It's a bit esoteric, but we have not. I've been mentioning momentum because we haven't had any because gamma's jacked to the tits, and something I want people to consider when you're using GS, especially, is gamma's kind of inversely proportional to momentum. So very high gamma environments, very low momentum. Very low gamma environments, negative. Very high momentum. Woof. Damn. Bear stuffed that shit. Holy fuck. Someone hit their stop. That was wild. It's not a chaos candle. It's literally the fucking settling imbalance. MOC, baby. Why is Tim gray? What's going on, Tim? Did you lose all your money? Here, take a discount on Billionaire. 5 of you. Dork, my indicator is amazing. And it's not a moving average. Tell JFresh I said go fuck yourself. That's different, Kevin. Tim Timmery. Suspected fraud on my bank account. It wasn't me. Also, I missed you with the membership drop anyway. Is it illegal to bite people? It depends on if they want you to or not. Consensual biting is okay. I mean, but just call it what it is. Mustard is a useless indicator. Chaos candle is the market on close imbalance. We use the appropriate names for things because then people can learn what they are. No. That's not how that works. No discounts. Except that first discount that we gave people. That's the only discount. Also, not all the pigeon whales are paper handed, just the cheap ones that didn't love me. Or the ones that blew up their accounts. We don't offer a military discount. Only if you were killed in combat. And if you can prove that you were killed in combat, we'll give you a Gamma Strike for free. Is pigeon whale worth it? I don't know. Ask the pigeon whales. I can't pull it because other people will answer that aren't pigeon whales. Technically, anyone who's served has died on the inside. I'm gonna need some kind of validation of that, though. Resounding yes. There you go. I think vibe trading has some good value. But the most important part of pigeon whale is being able to lord it over the pores. Stop trying to convince me you guys were killed in combat. It doesn't count. I don't care if you served in the military. Congratulations on your fucking socialized medicine. I don't. What do you want me to tell you? Has anybody thought about the military in terms of it just being a handout? Like they put you through college, you get socialized medicine for life, housing, food. Hmm, suspicious. With the caveat that you have to shoot at or be shot by people. Sounds woke, yeah, exactly. Why is it everyone I know who joined the military ran away from home at 16? That was a cool closing candle. If we close lower, I'll straddle. Back to VN. Let's go. Come on. You know you want it, market maker. You dirty bitch. Look, the line's purple, so. Republican senators always bring up the risk to military recruitment when people talk about any kind of education or healthcare program. They're very aware. You telling me that if we had those things, we wouldn't go shoot people? Huh. Glorp, glorp, glorpy, 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 glorp. What's up? What's up, man? What do you want to talk about? Fubo's looking nice today. Yeah. Fubo's been looking nice for since like May, actually. A paper handed my pigeon whale. But I re-upped GS. That's like bittersweet. I hear you. We can talk. Shame. Wait. Oh, it's one of those talks? Are you gonna break up with me? I can't deal with any more today. Real Flash already left me. Probably like a year ago. But you just need to actually focus and work on making money. Now, considering it's been a year, hmm, probably a good idea. Yeah, that's why we do this, for more money. He is breaking up with you? No, he's not. Unless he got a new job, in which case he might. 6,600, 1 minute to expiry? That sounds very dumb. Ooh, the little auto trader took a short position at the bottom of that candle. Stupid. Stupid automated bear. I wonder if it's right. Wait, what if it's right? Nope. Holy shit. Oh my fucking god. Alright, well, I give up. Computer's smarter than me. Or wait, I built it. Hold on. Never mind. $90p is 7x. Yeah. What's the close? It looks like it's 65.87.45. But we did tap VN right at the end of day. Can you ask Auto Trader to start a stream? I really need to tune that thing a bit better, but it should have opened the short here, but it's still fucking me. But anyway, yeah, let's talk about today. We went straight up all day long, very, very slowly, and then broke out a little bit at the end of the day, and then fell back to Vega neutral on the weekly. Out here on ES, we broke above that kind of upside target I had at 65.82. That was apparently irrelevant. And got a new all-time high at 6,625, I believe. Just straight up 6,600. Wonder if I can. No. Ah, that's hard to do. Hold on. I gotta fix that. Can't have it be off. So we'd be looking back here at the longer term trend for a retest, somewhere around the 65.82 level. If that does retest, possibly a breakdown and a pullback, maybe to the prior all time high. As far as a reversal from here, we're very far away from one. I would say that the only confirmable reversal would probably be like 65.23, which is really far from spot. So we'd have to drop quite a bit currently to get back there. We do have some data tomorrow. We have Michigan consumer sentiment, and it is the preliminary, so it is slightly more important. There's some like EU inflation, I think, and I think we have Great British GDP in the overnight session. So those could have some effect. I mean, if British GDP is up, it's probably bad for the dollar. However, if their GDP is still contracting after expanding finally last quarter, bullish for the dollar, which could fuck up the massive downside we've seen in bonds recently. Oh, but it might also just drive like more buy the dip sentiment on those. But I would say, yeah, Michigan consumer sentiment's probably about the only thing tomorrow that really matters. Dollar today continued to slide a little bit. Yields continued to drive down into the dirt, especially at the top end of the curve. We got the 10-year almost back to 4.0, but the 20 and 30 still remaining up around 4.6. Correlation continued to turn down today, but 1 month correlation still a little bit higher than it was on Wednesday, and 3 month correlation still off of its recent lows back in end of August. So, but still not seeing a lot of interest in dispersion, and we're also nearing the buyout, like the buyback blackout period. So, as buybacks black out, corporate buybacks, Dispersion usually breaks down because volatility on equities falls, which causes index volatility to pick up. So cyclically, like in the earnings cycle, this will provide some upside pressure on volatility if it isn't already. Given that we're at all-time highs and VIX is still around 14, and 3-month volatility is actually pretty high, around 18. So yeah, I think we're starting to see a little bit of that, but we should see it more pronounced soon. I would say like going into like post OPEX probably. Um, Commodities, silver and copper doing really well, but gold falling a little bit. Oil back down again today after climbing the last couple of days on some geopolitical news. Industrials, materials, nothing interesting. Agriculture. Agriculture's had some moves today too. Um, Bond volatility is still remaining quite low, despite multiple days of drops. Um, Carry trade leverage stayed about flat today, but leverage on the short end bumped a little bit. We do see the forward yield on volatility kind of stalling out around negative 18.5%. But the 10 2-year spread is continuing to rise. As that starts to get higher, it should be creating some upside pressure on demand for long volatility as people need to hedge their bonds, which everyone's been buying. Skew, nothing really. This is interesting, despite the move up yesterday. And I do think today's move in breadth probably reversed this, but stocks yesterday, actually below, moving a bit below, like 53% of the index above its 20-day moving average. Meanwhile, we're starting to see stocks above their 50-day moving average fall below 200, the 200-day moving average stocks as well. So there is at least some strong sector rotation going on. Usually one is kind of leading of the other. When you get a big pull down, you generally see like 20-day fall off and then 50-day fall off, and that's where things get kind of bearish, like we saw at the beginning of August. So breadth thinning a bit. Correlation between VX, and cash VIX is now down to negative 46.58%. So still a pretty huge amount of vol shorting going on there. And those breakdowns in correlation, as you can see, are pretty rare. They generally are precede very large moves in volatility. So having some long vol protection around now might not be bad. They can last a long time. So, ooh, like a month or so. So, I mean, I think that's the longest one on record. Maybe this. Back here, but there was far less interest in playing volatility back then. So, with increased demand, there's increased liquidity. And so, they do in like the last decade tend to persist for 14 to 30 days, but at the end of those we tend to see a very large uptick in volatility, because everyone's so over levered on the short side that it creates a ton of risk, and we're seeing that now, so keep an eye on it. Fed fund futures pricing up, but what's interesting is, like, even though most of the data went the way they wanted it to, um, we're still a little bit lower than we were at end of August, and today's move was a bit odd. Like moving up into slightly hotter headline inflation is, I think, fairly strange. But there we are. So there's that. And then bear steepener falling back below 50%. That might be somewhat significant. Out here on the daily, we finally retested the long-term trend that we failed back at the end of August, for a second time. This is our second test of that trend. The first time we failed it. This is the second one, so we'll see if we fail it here. Obviously, a loss of 65.32 would be the technical breakdown signal. So we've got a rejection there. And then I would say the test of the EMA 30 below that would be the confirmation of a reversal. So quite a lot of room between spot and where we would actually form any kind of bearish signal. But it's there. We'll see what happens tomorrow. We didn't quite test it. We're a little short. I think the actual test is right around like 6,600, but it might not matter. Anyway, I think that's all I got for today. Looks like everything did pretty well. So bullish across the board for equities on the S&P. And I'll see you guys bright and early tomorrow. Later. Oh shit. Martini, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord and I'll get you added after the stream. Just DM me. Peace, guys.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud